I'm really tired. But I'm here playing this game. I'll probably only play a few hours, but that's okay. Unless I get really into it. It's very possible. Oh, anyway, I'll continue.
Queen Anne's reign is over. We even got a crown jewel.
Hello, Zia.
That Gator's a crazy gal, but so's the gal who promised to look after her. They said Queen Anne was just a folktale. Now there's living proof she ain't.
Give me my hammer back. As for that, scrap salvo. Ooh. Nasty. And anything else here? No. Oh, right. There you go.
All that trouble for a single shard. But you know what? It was worth it.
I think I wanna. What's that? Cover the lost toes. This is the shrine. What is?
We need an awful big lost and found under the circumstances.
Let's see. Crystals. Blast sent straight into the air. Let me check what stuff I have on right now. Tonics heal, that's pretty good. Counterattack. That'd be if I get another level.
The next shard should be farther out there in the wilds. Over there is
the
Camp
proving
Dulce,
grounds.
where the brushers steeled themselves for secret missions.
Okay. What's this about?
To prepare for the wilds, Caelondia's brushers practice at Camp Dulce. Had to navigate a maze of pincushions with nothing but a pike. It's a dangerous test for a dangerous job. Health tonics were off limits at Camp Dulce. They said they made you weak. Sometimes the course was brutal. The rules said he couldn't use any fancy footwork, just your brains and your pike.
Is last.
Just getting through the course in one piece was an accomplishment.
One, two.
The brushers were Caelondia's field agents, and their training was harsh. It's a dangerous test for a dangerous job. You had to find a path through the maze as quick as you could. well-placed throw could take out several of those ugly critters. If you did all right at Camp Bouncy, you got to go to the wilds.
60 seconds. It's okay. I don't think I get 60 seconds. Not yet, anyways.
You can see why the brushers prize those pikes of theirs. Arrows like that can practically find their own way.
Yo. Go. Yeah.
Point Lemaine's Grand Rail once brought the riches of the wild right to our doorstep. Know how Caelondia became the richest city in the world? 2 words. Point Lemaine. If the wilds could ever be tamed, it was gonna happen right here. But now, the greatest outpost past the city line is nothing but a freak show. Caelondia lost many good men on the rail. The army's triggers once had the place on lockdown. Might as well pick up where they left off. Blam! Just like my fighting days. Gun like that can even put the wilds in check. Point Lemaine seen better days for sure, but it ain't done. Whole place shudders in a fit. The Grand Rail of Point Lemaine. Not only is it still there, it still works. Of course, it's no longer shipping hides and alloys and spices, but it can give the kid a lift. Just as long as he can stay clear of the trouble on the tracks. Grand Rail's all grown over with things the Calamity chewed up and spat out. Things eager to take back their turf. Settled in like they own the place.
Ugh.
Takes fancy footwork on the rail, what with wallflowers, coffin fungus everywhere. Not much wiggle room up there near the rail.
Dun 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 dun. Da, 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 da.
Place used to be closed off, but now it's split open like a rotten pineapple.
Dun, 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 dun. Ugh.
Of course, the Grand Rails see much more fighting in bygone times.
Cool. Give me my breaker bow back.
Near on 50 years ago, first shots fired in the Ura-Celandian War. It was right here that Zolf's Ura forefathers decided to mix it up.
Ura. Me out.
Okay, so maybe we didn't get their sign-off on the whole Grand Rail thing. That was bad.
Alright.
rail must have shook the Ura to the bone down in those dens of theirs. Well, the rail won't last much longer now that the kid took the shard. It's still got one good run in store for him, though. All the rotten wood there on the rails turned it into swamp weed central. Ever tried dancing side to side while holding your breath? While choking on swamp weed. Peckers trying to prick you in the eye. Well, let me tell you, it ain't fun. It's the end of the line. He'll be picking swamp weed out of those boots for days.
Okay.
Turns out he's got company up at the rail station, waiting for him. Not just another wallflower or pincushion, mind you. At first, he thinks it's Zulf.
You're not Zulf.
Turns out he's wrong.
Well, you.
This is for you, says the man. Then wham.
Ugh.
When the kid comes to, the man's long gone, but something else is there.
Sealed note.
The only words Kid recognizes on that parchment are for Zia.
A letter addressed by Zulf. Must have found another Ura survivor to deliver the message. Maybe Zulf taught enough of their native language to be able to read this.
Well, what's a kid to do? He took the shard, he took the hit, and he took that note. That note cuts straight to the heart of things, don't it? Zulf's messenger was one of his people. Wondered just how many of them survived, and what exactly Zulf told him.
Ceramic stock pot.
Finding gourmet ingredients ain't easy these days, but we'll take what we can get. The note says it plain. Zia, go east to learn the truth about the calamity and our people. I'll be waiting. Sincerely, Zulf. It ain't too late to unlock the potential of this place.
Honestly, I'm curious about Personal. Grants access to the Trapper's Snare. Grants access to the Poet Spirit. To members of do this.
Just the occasion to crack open the distillery's private reserve.
Falling malt. Two black tonic capacity. Fire intact.
Black rye is like hot pineapple chowder on a cold day. Brings back memories. Kid arrives just in time to sample Zia's famous cooking. He wolfs down too much too fast, and it all goes to his head.
Next up, who knows where? Oh boy.
I've said a lot about the kid, but he ain't the only one wrapped up in all this. What's he thinking? Let me see if I got this straight. I only heard it once. Train of thought there. Once there was a normal Ura girl, but she wasn't born in the Tassel terminals like the rest of her people. She was from Celandia. Her folks were orphaned in the war, taken in and raised inside the city, on condition they would never return to the terminals. Ura refugees who came into the city had to stay for life. It was a way to reduce the risk of city secrets leaking out. The mama passed away from birthing complications, leaving the girl trapped inside that city with no one but her father. Was sharper than a brusher's pike, so he got a job working for the city's manses. His daughter barely saw him. Her father told her nothing of her Ura heritage. He told her nothing of the Mansers. It's for your own good, he said. She took to studying the arts, learned more through music than history books, gained a knack for strings and songs. At first, she tried to be like other girls, but her classmates spread word that her father was an Ura trader, selling out the city. One young man stood up for her, or so he led her to believe. He knew much of her heritage, and she grew fond of him. Convinced her to take him to a family den to meet her father. Spoke of how he wanted to meet a man from the terminals. The young man greeted her father in the Ura's native language. Her father flew into a fit of rage and threw them out. young man never told her that the Ura's native language is not to be used by foreigners. To do so is a terrible insult. Well, I digress.
Need the fucking shotgun. Oh, it's interesting. Okay, let's try that again.
Just can't get enough of that good old cooking, can you? Knocks him into an uneasy sleep. What's he thinking? Let me see if I got this straight. I only heard it once. Once there was a normal Ura girl, but she wasn't born in the Tassel terminals like the rest of her people. She was from Celandia. Folks were orphaned in the war, taken in and raised inside the city, on condition they would never return to the terminals. Ura refugees who came into the city had to stay for life. It was a way to reduce the risk of city secrets leaking out. Mama passed away from birthing complications, leaving the girl trapped inside that city with no one but her father. father was sharper than a brusher's pike, so he got a job working for the city's mancers. His daughter barely saw him. Her father told her nothing of her Ura heritage. He told her nothing of the Mancers. It's for your own good, he said. She took to studying the arts, learned more through music than history books, gained a knack for strings and songs. First, she tried to be like other girls, but her classmates spread word that her father was an Ura trader, selling out the city. One young man stood up for her, or so he led her to believe. He knew much of her heritage, and she grew fond of him. Her to take him to a family den to meet her father. Spoke of how he wanted to meet a man from the terminals. The young man greeted her father in the Ura's native language. Her father flew into a fit of rage and threw them out. young man never told her that the Ura's native language is not to be used by foreigners. To do so is a terrible insult.
One day that was gonna fall. Gonna build that city on a hill.
Lost my train of thought there. It was then that she decided to escape. The two of them could flee the city together and go to the Tassel terminals.
My home, you build a wall. I dig my hole, you build a wall. One day that
They would hide inside a garbage bin until it got ingested by a scumbag, then let him slosh on out of the city for disposal.
on a hill. Gonna build that city on a hill. Someday those tears are gonna spill. So build that wall and build it strong, 'cause we'll be there before too long. Build that wall up to the sky. Gonna build that wall up to the sky. Someday your bird is gonna fly. Gonna build that wall until it's done. Gonna build that wall
Well, I digress.
Hmm.
The shards are getting harder to find. That's Trigger Hill, where the Army's elite became the finest marksmen in the land.
I'll try it.
Caelandia's army only took the best, and the best of them trained on Trigger Hill. The Triggers believed they were nothing without their rifles. Nothing beats the feel of shooting a Caelandian army carbine. If you want to master the art of the firearm, then the place to go is Trigger Hill. The hill's quite a bit steeper now that the calamity's had its way. Sometimes he had to shoot from the hip. keep moving to avoid getting burned. Some felt the course was too easy, so the triggers spiced things up a bit. Trigger Hill was strictly a live ammo exercise. Takes time to be a fast shot. Go figure.
Seconds. What upgrade material's that one? Hmm. Oh.
The kid ain't bad, but the triggers were better.
35 seconds. Yeah, fuck that. Not right now. Can't do that.
His ears must be ringing after all that shooting. The triggers, my brothers, bravest men I ever knew.
No, I might be able to get that one with, alright. Oh, why can't I fly there? Sad.
No risk of Culford Cauldron ever erupting again, they used to say. Guess they were wrong. Not everything blew up in the Calamity. Why, Culford Cauldron here blew up way ahead of its time. The cauldron boiled over some 300 years ago. They say it filled the skies with ash and the lakes with molten rock. If you wanted to survive something like that, you had to learn to adapt. So in a way, the beasts of the wilds, they're all survivors too. Best to keep out of the cauldron.
Boop.
It takes a certain stubborn pride to keep on living in a place like this. As for us, we learned an awful lot from Culford Cauldron.
Fire ballot.
That learning led to some interesting inventions. The raw power of the world fell right into our hands. Playing with the cauldron's fires became an addiction. Can't fault our people for their natural curiosity now, can you?
Something heavy.
Sure, we dusted off a good many secrets out here. But we discovered other things we're better off not knowing. The unforgiving scent of sulfurous dirt. Taste the air so hot it sticks to your lungs. sorts of awful things crawling underfoot.
Doo-doo.
You can cook those things, but you can't eat them.
Pincushions are annoying.
Never thought we'd find so much life in all that ash. The more ash we swept aside, the more life we found. We kept on sifting through the cauldron's secrets anyway.
Hmm. It's okay.
Place as inhospitable as they come. But still, we pressed on. After all, when we look down inside Colford Cauldron, look down through all the smoke and flames, we saw in there the heart of the world, the heart now laid bare by the calamity.
Dum 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 dum.
We had to have it. As for the kid, He just has to get that shard out of there. Too bad taking that thing woke up every last stink eye from here to Johnson Bog. Kid's thinking he's got to trek all the way back around the cauldron. Luckily, the cauldron cooked up a little shortcut for him. Sure, it ain't the most convenient path.
One second. Oh god. Alright. Sky Bridge. Oh god.
Biggest stink eye he's ever seen's waiting for him on the other side. Pops open on him like a pimple on a school day. And where there's one stink eye, there's always more. The cauldron's tenants all gather up to bid the kid a fond farewell. Kid don't shed any tears for him, though. With a good spyglass, you can still see the cauldron from the city, but all the fires died out. There's nothing left of it. It comes back looking like the inside of a chimney. The culture, a still life of old unwanted keepsakes. We're all a little short on friends these days, so that's a welcome sight. Gotta watch your fingers around that little guy. They said the wild could never be tamed. If only they could see us now.
Oh, we got a little animals.
Ever see a kid with a musket and a fire bellows? Bit of a disturbing sight.
Nor's armor.
The shard works like a charm. You can hear the monument's heartbeat again. The memorial may be finished, but our part is far from over. The faith. Mother, this one's for you. The city. Its riches, nothing but fragments now. The inspiration. A forge can fashion anything.
Woo!
He put some finishing touches on the business end of that thing. Now we're looking at some serious firepower.
Means there's probably you.
We spotted a pecker carrying a shard to Mount Zan. Grady Incinerator's where we sent off all our trash to be burned or be eaten by the wilds.
Here. I hope it's.
Welcome to Grady Incinerator.
Of
One of the
course.
hottest waves
No.
east of Celandia. In all seriousness, the incinerator was a dump, and it had a problem with peckers. Blasted things would swoop in and spread trash all around, until we started using fire. We couldn't just torch them all at once. We had to use restraint. Too bad we can't all fly. kept the city clean. We put all our trash in the gritty incinerator. Beggars that flock together were easy pickings.
Have to get some.
You'd almost think those peckers like getting cooked. The cinders kept the city good and warm, made it thrive. Sometimes I want to ask him why do any of this. But truth is, I don't want to know. At least it won't get cold around here with that thing around. On the inside, a fire bellows ain't nothing like its more popular air-spitting cousin.
Let's try this again.
Keeping the incinerator clean was a paying job, but not a pleasant one.
more try? Yeah, maybe. I'm gonna fucking get this. Ah. Hmm.
Toughest thing about using that gas can is keeping a grip on it.
One more try. Hmm. Oh well.
Can't rightly call Mount Zand a mountain anymore. There's no more mountains now. There's no place left for the beasts of the wild to go. So they figure they'll hold out right here, on a slab of mountain the Calamity forgot. Those beasts been hoarding all the valuables they could find. We only found their little lair because they found themselves a little shard. Good thing for those beasts the Calamity saved leftovers. The creatures of the wild, they've been building a bastion of their own.
Down.
They even dragged their situation stinks.
Down, bam. Ah.
It's a delicate situation. Best thing we can do for those beasts right now is put them down quick and clean. There's only one kind of mercy left these days. Look at it this way. It's either them or us. But if we win, they win too. Our Bastion is everybody's gain, not just ours.
Down.
What the city left behind, those beasts took for themselves.
Yeah, honestly.
Takes a lot of convincing, and our mortars have to do the talking. Unfortunately, there's no explaining that to a simple beast. Those beasts been hard at work fixing up the place. They've rounded up their survivors, just like we have. They've been searching for cores and shards, just like we have. Maybe they've thought about turning back, just like we have.
Yeet! Spoosh.
We just really need their shard. Kid got it fair and square. That's the way.
Yeet. Oh. Off we go.
He's done what's best for him, don't you worry.
No.
We'll all be better off once the Bastion is complete. Fixed that thing right up, didn't we? Made these goings-on a little livelier. Suppose it's true a little song can put things in perspective.
Heck yeah.
The conscience. We haven't lost everything, long as we have that. The monument's getting better. Zolf sure did a number on it, though.
Song so much.
Well, if you can't burn it, you can always blow it to Mother on High, right? Seems the gods recommended this place to all their friends.
Oh.
Nicaea.
Interesting.
Garmouth. Last thing the gods are gonna do is make our lives easier.
Tall Church surprise. Ooh. Cause harm on physical. And
That mortar's gonna leave a lasting impression.
bang repeater. Pretty sure other three are in the shop for that. But I don't want to buy it. Such. Yes.
Thought of an old trick from a galleon gunner I once knew. Dread rum's brewed from swamp weeds, so its effect is as bold as its flavor. Just a couple shards left. The quarry's gotta have one, right? Boundless Bay used to be a weapons test and dry dock. Ain't never been this dry, though.
Heck yeah.
Ceylondia's armada was a glorious sight, and our ship's mortars were unstoppable. At Boundless Bay, our Navy put those mortars through a rigorous inspection. Had to use squirts to simulate explosive impact on the surface of the sea. Choosing targets with those mortars was one of the trickiest parts. Sounds like the kid's mortar's in tip-top shape. If you got a thing for heavy artillery, then I've got the place for you. A variety of modifications can be used to enhance the power of a mortar.
Let's get
Too bad about the Armada, but at least one of those mortars survived. The skippers delivered us from the motherland. Wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of those.
some of them are like really easy.
You had to be crazy to want to swim in Boundless Bay. You could almost see the fireworks over Boundless Bay. Good thing we got to that mortar before the beasts of the wild learned how to use it.
How many more do I need to do? 2 more.
To fix a brusher's pike, you just need a good length of knife bark. Don't want that thing leaving your hands until you decide it's time. When you've got a solid balance, you've got what you need.
Build that city on a hill. For too long. Don't build that wall up to the sky.
Oh boy, okay.
rushers could modify their pikes however they wanted. There wasn't time to squash every pincushion, just the ones in the way. Sometimes the course was brutal.
Was it a minute? 60 seconds. Okay. I think I can do it. I can do it. Good enough run at Camp Danzig could get you promoted to captain on the spot.
The wilds ain't so scary now, are they?
Hmm. Ugh. Hmm. One more training. I don't know if I can do. What?
The secret to how we built Caelondia so tall and proud lies in Burstone Quarry.
I'll just go here. Ugh.
Imagine everything you'd need to build a city like Caelondia. It takes hard work and planning, and it also takes Burstone Quarry. The Ura tunnels beneath the quarry must have softened the blow of calamity. We bought the whole place from the Ura on the cheap. Same goes for its natives, Rattletails. Rattletails ain't the worst of it either, but more about that in a little bit. The quarry came with a lifetime supply of windbags. Windbags smaller than the naked eye can see are nested in those rocks. But there was even more to it than that. Not only are these rocks a source of life, we found that the oldest ones remember things. They're recording everything, all the time, taking it all in. The quarry ain't exactly up to safety standards no more. wonder all those beasts were drawn to the quarry. The rocks were calling them. Keeping the quarry free from pests turned out to be a problem. Windbags tended to the rocks, so we had to keep the rattletails at bay. Without those windbags, the quarry might not have its special qualities. Why would the Ura sell off such a fascinating place? The Ura always were a superstitious lot. Might be the gods told them the quarry's bad news. On top of that, you know the Ura hated anything above ground. Might be the quarry just got too much sunshine for their liking. In any case, it's fair to say the quarry was a godsend.
You. Bonk.
Those rocks, all polished to a mirror sheen. The largest ones, you know as cores. A single core could keep the lights on in an entire city district. The smaller ones, we call them shards. shard's got a fraction of the core's power, enough to fuel a voyage to the motherland. Well, now the quarry's all dried up. These rocks are much too young to be of use. Remember how I said rattletails ain't the worst thing in the quarry? That honor goes to a beast we took to Colin, Sir Lunky. Massive things stomped many of our boys. We just couldn't get rid of him. The only thing harder than the rocks in Burstone Quarry is Sir Lunky's head. His big fat rump's plenty tough too. So is a kid. We never could get stubborn old Lunky to leave the quarry alone. Then the kid hears a voice calling from down the hall. "Are you all right?" it says. It's him. "I've come to warn you," he says. The Bastion is under siege. Let it fall. You should not go back.
Why? Why? Dang it.
Kid hears him, but he ain't about to be deterred. "If that's the way it is," he says, "then I won't stop you." Because my countrymen will.
My Bastion.
Say what you will about Zulf, but he's a man of his word. His countrymen don't much care for pleasantries, though. Too bad for that. Zulf showed him the way here, and here they came to take revenge. They got inside the Bastion and shut the door. Kid's gotta go in through the back.
Through the back door.
I should have told him sooner about all this. To make matters worse, seems the Ura took the girl.
Yeah, no.
Unfortunately, they broke in and they started digging their hole. Something wrong was sprung out of those holes, and it's eating away at this place. We tried to stop them, but we needed help.
Mm-hmm.
Somehow, some way, he sends those Ura packing. Problem is, it didn't matter. Zolf's plan worked.
Bastard.
We find each other as the dust settles. Then I tell him why the Ura came. To get us back. For the calamity.
Eh?
It was Caelondia's master plan to wipe the Ura out. But part of that plan backfired, didn't it? If only Zolf knew the whole story. What were we to think? They must have got her, taken her back to her rightful home. The shards can put this disease in remission, but there's only one cure. We need to finish what we started. The arsenal's complete, in case we need protection.
Gated snaring kit. These springs to. Hmm. Hmm.
Now all we need is one last shard. The sanctuary. If we can build, we can rebuild. The mercy. The windbags ain't the only beast that drew a bad lot. The service for all the men and women who serve Caelondia.
Whew.
Ain't that the finest breaker's bow we ever seen? You'd never guess those things been to the wilds and back. Now the weight of the world behind us every swing.
See if I can't Get the
Where
one
else
more.
went down in the east? At least now we know the way.
Okay. Dueling pistol time. Oh, I can just hold shift. That's a lot simpler. $700. Try it again. Okay. I can do it.
I gotta say, kid's the fastest shot I ever seen.
Yeah.
He blew through slinger range like it was nothing.
Give me.
The dynasty, to the families of the city, all reunited.
Reaching bullet. inside shortly. Hmm.
With that mortar and hammer, he's like a one-man demolition squad.
So big that someday your bird is gonna fly.
The marshals would have been downright jealous.
So big that won't let building.
Tom. Be.
Urzendra Gate used to lead down to the terminals. Now it leads up to the stars.
To the stars. Heck yeah.
One last shard. It's all we need to put this mess behind us. And mother, what a mess it is. A mess like that could have only been made by hand. Zolf said the calamity failed, and he's right. The Ura stand as living proof of that. At the heart of the calamity was a simple idea. We never wanted to go to war again. Wanted to rule it out. We put a lot of folks against that problem. Scientists, soldiers, spies, even me. We sought solutions far beyond the city. We traveled near as far as the kid's going right now.
Me. Twinkies. Do.
Most of our efforts didn't bear fruit.
Doom,
Ura,
doom,
a
doom.
brilliant young scientist named Ven. Ven worked for the Mancers, the sharpest knives in the city's drawer. With his help, the Mancers devised a way to seal the Ura tunnel shut in a flash. Just like that, every last Ura living in the Tassel terminals will be gone. This discovery was never to be used, they said, except as a last resort. But Ven didn't like being manipulated. He had plans of his own. We're lucky to be alive. He sabotaged the Mancer's little science project, set it to blow up in their faces.
Yummy.
Imagine how Ven must have felt when they finally made him pull that trigger. But remember, the Bastion can fix everything. We just need that shard. How does he...
Quack. Quack. Ow.
Too bad the Ura ain't exactly been willing to collaborate on that front. For now, Kid had little choice but to pick up where the Calamity left off. First things first, though. There's someone we figured needed rescuing. See ya. The Ura fell back, no doubt planning the next move, but we knew ours already. The country, she's all to pieces now, but still looking good. Stay absinthe is like drinking a cool breeze. Just don't go spitting needles everywhere.
Ooh. I need one.
There's something we had to do before going after that last shard.
See it detected.
Zoltan's Hollow is the Ura's border blockade. At least it used to be. Well, now it's personal, ain't it? It's personal for him, and it's personal for me. They never saw him coming. He gets his hands on the care package I sent him. It's a little something I've been fixing up in my spare time. They got their own security and everything. Pretty fancy, even.
Yo, smashing things. Boarded.
Still, they ain't used to having visitors around. They've got these conductors that are all what's keeping the place together. Break enough of those things and the Calamity Rocks slink back into the ground.
Yum 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 yum.
Those rocks are like tumors, the same kind the Ura planted in Bastion. Well, the Ura must be in a panic right about now. They even sick their little rattletail heads on the kid. Those rodents are just a bump in the road. Kids picking the whole place apart, piece by piece. It's not the time to get reckless.
Num 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 num. This is the mortar. I found it. Nice.
By now, every Ura from here to the terminals must know he's in town. Most of the Ura's conductors are squared away in the middle of the hollow. They're easy targets.
Bonk.
Those calamity rocks must be eating that place apart from the inside. The Ura keep hanging on to that barricade. After all, their homeland's not much farther.
Num 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 num. Whee! Oh.
Maybe they know they've lost this. Lost to a kid. Some of them are downright bewildered by what's happening. They underestimated us. Had us pegged all wrong.
Num 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 num. Yonk.
Yes, our people caused the calamity, but here we are trying to fix it.
Ow.
Shame the opportunity for civilized discourse is over. Suppose old Zolf should have got to know us better.
Ow.
Maybe I should have trusted him. Told him everything I knew. Zolf, the Ura, they have every reason to be angry. Beyond angry. But when this is all over, it'll all be water under the bridge. As the hour grows desperate, the Ura bring out their big guns. sees the Tazzle terminals loom large on the horizon. All those dreams snuffed out in the calamity.
A memento. A crude but heartfelt illustration. Inscribed in chalk on a snowed surface. Unlike most of the era civilization, it survived the calamity. Thus intact.
There's nothing standing in his way no more.
No.
Way out there on the edge of the world, that's where he finally finds you. But it ain't like Prosper Bluff this time. Ain't nothing for this gal to sing about now. Zia, you weren't kidnapped. No, ma'am. You just had to see what happened to the Ura. To your own people. You had to see if everything Zolf wrote to you was true. They lost everything, didn't they? But they just keep on fighting like that's gonna bring it all back. Sure you didn't drop that twangy thing on purpose? Just to see if he'd go after you? I don't need to see what happened to the Ura. I'm trying to undo it, remember? The power of the calamity ain't well understood, but a hammer sure is. Bull brandy is thicker than paint. Makes your skin feel as tough as knife bark. That thing wasn't always meant to be a weapon, but there's no denying it now. The Armada sure could have used one of these back in the day. Once the kid gets that last shard from Zolf, Mancer Observatory. Now there's a sneaky place, overlooking the Tazzle terminals themselves. The Ura probably didn't know they were being watched from Mancer Observatory. It was the perfect spot to test something no one's meant to know about. Only trouble was, something about the place drove the windbags crazy. If a thing like that takes getting used to, gotta point her in the right direction. Whatever gets in her way is in a world of hurt, but she ain't the fastest thing. When the windbags caused enough trouble, the Mansers conducted their most secretive research far east of the city. You could cause a lot of collateral damage with her if you ain't careful. The more crowded it gets, the more trouble you can cause with a single shot. She's designed to be fine-tuned, just need the proper parts.
Back to the Bastion and upgrade it a bit.
First step to learning the Calamity Cannon is knowing about the machinery overrides. Good thing I didn't throw away the manual.
Let's see if that. Bonk.
That experiment was a rousing success.
Yoink. 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 I'm fucking amazing.
If only the Mansers could have seen the kid playing around with her favorite toy. Mancers. They knew everything, even if it cost them. Part of the rippling walls floated by, so I caught the kid's old knapsack. Nothing like a quick nap after a hearty meal. We've all got stories worth telling. Kid ain't the only one. What's he thinking? Let me see if I got this straight. I only heard it once. Once there was a normal Ura girl, but she wasn't born in the tassel terminals like the rest of her people. She was from Celandia. Her folks were orphaned in the war, taken in and raised inside the city, on condition they would never return to the terminals. Ura refugees who came into the city had to stay for life. It was a way to reduce the risk of city secrets leaking out. The mama passed away from birthing complications, leaving the girl trapped inside that city with no one but her father. Her father was sharper than a brusher's pike, so he got a job working for the city's Mancers. His daughter barely saw him. Her father told her nothing of her Ura heritage. He told her nothing of the Mancers. It's for your own good, he said. She took to studying the arts, learned more through music than history books, gained a knack for strings and songs. At first, she tried to be like other girls, but her classmates spread word that her father was an Ura trader, selling out the city. One young man stood up for her, or so he led her to believe. He knew much of her heritage, and she grew fond of him. The young man convinced her to take him to a family den to meet her father. Spoke of how he wanted to meet a man from the terminals. When the young man greeted her father in the Ura's native language, her father flew into a fit of rage and threw them out. The young man never told her that the Ura's native language is not to be used by foreigners. To do so is a terrible insult. It was then that she decided to escape. The two of them could flee the city together and go to the Tassel terminals.
Dig my hole, you build a wall. I dig my hole, you build a wall. One day that wall is gonna fall. Gonna build that city on a hill.
They would hide inside a garbage bin until it got ingested by a scumbag, then let him slosh on out of the city for disposal.
Someday those tears are gonna spill.
knocks him into an uneasy sleep. What's he thinking? Let me see if I got this straight. I only heard it once. Once there was a normal Ura girl, but she wasn't born in the Tassel terminals like the rest of her people. She was from Celandia. Her folks were orphaned in the war, taken in and raised inside the city, on condition they would never return to the terminals. Ura refugees who came into the city had to stay for life. It was a way to reduce the risk of city secrets leaking out. The mama passed away from birthing complications, leaving the girl trapped inside that city with no one but her father. Her father was sharper than a brusher's pike, so he got a job working for the city's mancers. Her father told her nothing of her Ura heritage. He told her nothing of the mancers. It's for your own good, he said. She took to studying the arts, learned more through music than history books, gained a knack for strings and songs. At first, she tried to be like other girls, but her classmates spread word that her father was an Ura trader, selling out the city.
Whack.
One young man stood up for her, or so he led her to believe. He knew
I
much
want to
of her
get to the
heritage,
end of
and
this,
she grew
please.
fond of him. The young man convinced her to take him to a family den to meet her father. Spoke of how he wanted to meet a man from the terminals. When the young man greeted her father in Ura's native language, her father flew into a fit of rage and threw them out. The young man never told her that the Ura Umbra's native language is not to be used by foreigners. To do so is a terrible insult. It was then that she decided to escape. The two of them could flee the city together and go to the Tassel terminals. They would hide inside a garbage bin until it got ingested by a scumbag, then let him slosh on out of the city for disposal. Her plan almost succeeded, but the authorities were already there when that scumbag sidled up to the city walls. The young man had sent the authorities a tip, told him her father was using her to sell secrets to the Tassel terminals. Lost my train of thought there. She and her father were arrested for treason, but her father got a deal. Returned to work for the Mansers, and she'd go free. Before they parted ways for the last time, her father whispered a desperate plea. Hurry home to the den, and lock yourself in. She did as she was told, and deep down underground inside that den, she found a journal written in her father's hand. The next day, the door to the den turned to ash. The girl came up for air, and she saw the calamity all around her.
Damn.
When the kid wakes up, his world's still in pieces, just the way he left it. It's hard to sleep easy these days, what with everything that's happened. Zolf. Very soon the kid's gonna have to face that man again, for the last time. They met on the worst day of Zolf's life. There in the Hanging Gardens, he aimed to throw it all away. wasn't the first time Zolf had nothing to lose. He was born to a simple Ura couple who didn't last long before plague took him. He grew up hungry in the tunnels of the Tassel terminals, so he took to stealing from a Ceylonian missionary living there. He once got sloppy with his thieving hands. The missionary caught him, but didn't rat him out. Instead, he offered to take him in. That missionary raised Zolf like a gentleman, like he was his own son. Taught him theology, history, and mercy. When the missionary passed away, Zolf promised to continue his work to bring about a lasting peace between the Ura and Ceylandia. Zolf started teaching the missionaries wisdom to any Ura who would listen, and listen they did. He advocated tolerance and argued that the Ura should atone for the war. He believed the city had much to teach his people. However, Zolf felt he could only do so much in the Tassel terminals. He needed Ceylandia to know the Ura had changed. He decided to do what the missionary did many years before. He left the city of his youth to brave a savage land. The journey was hard, but he knew how to fend for himself. And then at last, Zolf saw the rippling walls on the horizon. He endeared himself to city folk straight away, and in turn he fell in love with the city and its people. One in particular. This young lady was fascinated by the Ura, but she never met anyone like Zolf. She told him she knew all the city's best kept secrets. The Hanging Gardens was their favorite spot. It was there that Zolf clasped her hands and proposed in proper Ceylandian style. He celebrated with his friends long into the night. Joy and revelry like he'd never seen. Too bad he couldn't remember it all. He woke up alone underground inside the Ura Ceylandian War Memorial, built like an Ura den. But something was wrong. He emerged from that hole in the ground into a waking nightmare. Everything that wasn't gone was twisted upside down. The world was frozen, air thick with ash. What few faces he saw on the street stared back at him with gray and vacant eyes.
Bow, bow, bow.
He found his wife to be asleep inside her home, but when he reached out to her, she joined with all the ashes in the sky. And so Zolf returned to where he proposed in the Hanging Gardens, and there he stood, as if the gods would answer him.
Whack, whack, whack.
The kid's gonna be okay. As for that man, who knows? I worry for him. Just don't care to show it. A pinch of fairy dust, and it's all set. Always time for juice and squirts, they used to say. At least the little fellas can't feel a thing. Some squirts try to flee on instinct. Place gets awful slick sometimes. Best to put them away first before they rile up the others.
Let's try.
The Tazzle terminals. All that's left of the Ura civilization. And the last stop on his little journey.
Ready.
I can't hear him at all anymore. He's too far away. But he'll be alright. Got his lifelong friend to keep him company. calamity hit the Tazzle terminals hardest of all. Just needs to get that shard from Zolf and come on home. You know why Zolf went back there. The place was his home. All his old friends and family were there. Taken by the calamity. Zolf must be there all alone, just waiting. You know what's funny? Well, all of us are waiting for a kid. Look around. There's not much left to do here in the Bastion, I'm afraid. So why not tell each other stories to pass the time, right? But Zia, there's another reason I've been telling you all this. There's something I want you to understand.
Oh.
When the kid brings back that shard, the Bastion will be complete. This disease the Era planted here will go away. What happens to Zolf won't matter. Zealandia will be whole again. Everything will be back to normal. Everyone will be all right. Problem is, we'll all be gone.
Huh? What do you mean we'll be
But
gone?
we're not gonna die. It's more like all of this will just stop. Things will go back to the way they used to be. That's the power of the Bastion. This whole place is a living record of the times before the calamity. The way things were before this story. Good times, right?
Woo!
You be your old self again. Think of all those times that didn't go your way. All of life's little setbacks. Imagine if you could have another go at 'em. No mistakes. Anyone you've ever hurt. Everything you've ever done. You could do it over. And wouldn't that be grand? Well,
Okay, Zolf.
who am I kidding? Look. There's something else. A confession. You follow me? How come I know so much about the Bastion?
Because this isn't the first time the calamities happened? Is that what you're gonna say? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I designed the place, but that's beside the point.
Ah!
There's one problem with a place that sets things back to a bygone time. You
Keeps
can't test
happening.
it. So you're probably wondering if the calamity happened already. What's to stop it from happening again after the Bastion does its thing?
Nothing, right? Because we're stuck in a time loop.
The answer is... I don't know.
Eh.
You're wondering if there ain't some other way out of this mess. It's alright. I can tell. But why would you even want another way? Unless you wanted to stay here with us. Well, that's sweet and all, but I don't know if I can stick around. The weight of the calamity. It's on our shoulders. We can't just let it go. Bastion does have another function, strictly speaking. If ever the monument blew out, and we couldn't repair it, we could still evacuate. First, we'd round up as many folks as we could carry. Next, we'd detonate the cores, and we'd take off away from here.
I'm so fucking slow.
Of course, that would mean no going back. Ever. But then again, that way all of us could leave the city. Together.
Together.
You know Zolf and his countrymen won't be giving up that shard without a fight, don't you? Zolf and the Ura, all they want now is to see the Bastion fall. Zolf dedicated his life to a lasting peace between the Ura and Caelondia. He can't have imagined the city would try to wipe the Ura out. Zolf ain't lost every shred of decency, though, has he? tried to warn you about his plans. He tried to warn the kid. For Zolf, this ain't a personal matter. It ain't a simple matter of pride either. One thing's for sure, the Ura can't be happy that the kid followed Zolf all the way home.
Oh, Zolf.
I can see it now. The kid in one corner, then Zolf in the other. Ain't much of a fight. Don't you worry, though. Once the Bastion's restored, it'll all be alright. You ain't still thinking about that whole leaving the city thing, are you?
I set my sail, fly, the wind it will take me back to my home, sweet home. Lie on my back, clouds are making way for me. I'm coming home, sweet home. I see your star, you left it burning for me. Mother, I'm here. Eyes open wide, feel your heart and it's
Kid's probably dealt with
glowing.
Zolf by now.
I'm welcome home, sweet.
Sweet home.
He reminds me of myself when I was his age. I ever tell you about those days? Hey, kid. Get up, kid.
Up.
Come on, that ain't funny. I say get up. That's more like it. Now, set that shard into the monument there. Then we'll talk. The Bastion. It's finally finished. Now, there's something I want you to see. one for long goodbyes, so here's the deal. Zia and I figure you done the heavy lifting, so you get to do the honors. We can tell you how to work this thing if you got any questions.
You made it.
You made it.
Any moment I'd want to live again happened after the calamity, not before. When I finally found my people,
Zia.
I told them we could help. They just took me for a traitor. Glad you showed up. Zulf tried to talk me into joining him. I tried to talk him out of it. I guess we both failed. If I could be any place I wanted, I'd stay right here. We could go anywhere in the world. So, let's see. You can either prevent the calamity, or stick around with me and Rex. I'd hate to be in your shoes.
Hey, kid. Don't let anything you've done get to you. You can save all those creatures here and now. You've got one thing left to do, so you hang on to that badge. Besides, you earned it. Zulf only brought more ruin to the Ura. No wonder they didn't take kindly to him.
Where is Zulf, anyways?
Always wondered what the motherland was like.
Tell me where
Not that it
Zulf
matters
is.
anymore. You can undo the calamity here and now. Go on, kid. And before I forget, thank you. Oh, mother. And here I figured you'd had enough of me by now. You could have undone the calamity itself. But instead you want to stay in a world like this. I gotta admit, kid, I ain't yet put much thought in that idea. But carrying on with you here, we can't go back no more. But I suppose we could go wherever we please.
It doesn't have anywhere back
And if anyone's left
to go
out
to.
there, I sure would like to see the look on their faces when we dock this thing right on their doorstep. Getting ahead of myself, though. I'm gonna need a first mate. What do you say?
Oh, fucking great game. Love the music so much. Supergiant Games makes really good games. Down, da 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 da. Down, down, down. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Mm. I feel like I got the good ending. I picked the good ending. Is he happy to continue on? Kid has no one to go back to. As bad as the things that did, still deserves second chance. Dun, dun. I'll probably play the second game that Supergiant Games made. Because I also have that one. I played a little bit of it, but I never finished it. Wow, these credits are a little long, hey. Well, I'll just let it play, because what else is there to do? Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, bow. Ugh. Good game. Not that hard. Really bad at some of the weapons. Particularly the machete. Mortar is fun. I like the bow. Beloved hammer. New game plus mode unlocked. Oh. Oh. Well. I wasn't expecting that, but... Well. I guess that's it for now. Probably won't play New Game Plus. Maybe some other time. Probably not. Unless there's a new story. I don't think there is. So, goodbye.